coast reminds me of my long-fled youth. I sailed the sea. I walked the worlds. Oh, how nice it is of you. The very picture of youth, to break the monotony of an elder's day. Wild away on this hardwood. Pray, let me be forward with you. O sapling rose, O leaf of spring. For my weary mind is troubled, and would hide. You would listen to my grievances, guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, you are truly a wonder. Oh, budding flower, hot spiced wine, and a snug little room awaits us on the king crab's first floor.
Привет.
Let us go there, so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
Дед, ты что, извращенец какой-то, что ли? Странная у меня просьба. Ну ладно, я надеюсь, помощь не интимного характера ему нужна.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the source hunter, are you not? The hero, the whole of Sightseeing? No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot, so I may tell you all about a most intriguing opportunity in...
Йонлиан Смокер, 200.
Йонлен Смокер, здорово. Спасибо тебе, как обычно, за поддержку. Руслан, Зак, здорово. Как ваши дела? Как обстановка? Да как обычно. Ничего хорошего. Но я уже привык.
At your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken?
Грегори, привет.
But today I change them.
Как я там в этой ситуации? Ну, пока что жив. Бывало и хуже. Мне норм все, работает только миллион. В отпуск хочу. Может, мы когда-нибудь, Джон, с тобой продолжим тренировки, да? Ну, я рад, что у тебя все хорошо.
It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and every...
Of course I do. How could someone in my profession not?
Quite right. Adventure is what we live for.
See here. You and I share the same passion. I never doubted it for a moment. The thrill of walking the unbeaten path. The rush of finding yourself in a goblin ambush, knowing you'll prevail nonetheless.
такой ситуации мне, кроме как стримить и играть во что-то, ну, больше нечем заняться толком. Потому что выходить на улицу опасно. Так что, как обычно, стримы — мое спасение. И общение с вами. 20 компов новых в контору купил. А у них надо только отечественный ПО ставить. Даже так. Первый раз такое слышу. Чтобы на компы ставили обязательно отечественное ПО. Ну ладно. Удачи тебе и в этом нелегком деле. А, госконтора. Ясно.
Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now,
Well, I can't say that I haven't.
Yes, some extra gold is always welcome.
Indeed. Indeed, gold is always welcome. And among the fabulous five, gold flows as freely as water does to the sea. Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that. And at the end of the day, what do you have to show?
It's better to lead than to follow. That much is true.
Better to be served than to serve.
Well spoken. Well said indeed. Life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding, am I right? Of course I am. And I could help you attain the dream. And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab. So that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. Grab it. Ah, the Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most
Даже не слышал,
illustrious and
Джон.
celebrated Adventurers Guild in Riverlon. Our mission, to better the world. Our mantra, to better ourselves. You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my ability. What a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow, sharp as a switchblade. Most meritorious of you.
РПГ. Угу. Согласен, прикольно, что все варианты диалога озвучены. Да, да. Ну, количество текста меня уже пугает, если честно. Слишком много болтовни.
To join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of knight, of course. Should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel, by now the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? Work hard. Fulfill contracts. Enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself. You will better Riverlon. You will make the... They call the undead a problem, my friend. But those who know the ways of the Fabulous Five see no problems. They see opportunities. An enterprising spirit can wrench riches from cold dead rocks. Or from cold dead, full stop.
Поначалу было интересно, но что-то к концу вообще неохота вступать и вербовать кого-то тут в великолепной пятерке. Ну вас нафиг.
He's privy to ancient and
I am
arcane
a
secrets,
duke.
the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Counselor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wished the man harm. I am the Duke of Ferrell, though I suppose my name...
Surely you've met your match once or twice.
A source hunter? I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot.
More swollen than saffrons, I
Юмор,
guess.
конечно, здесь радует.
Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a place to rest. I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream has been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked into that room, and the Duke that followed her in. I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her, damn my eyes, but I figured the way she disappeared that she was visiting one of the lodges.
Забулдык. Как я давно не слышал такого слова.
Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more. I'm not proud to say I ducked under the counter and damn well stayed there till I heard Ivad fling that door open. But I was paralyzed with fright.
Challenging the fabled wizard of
A source hunter? I think I'm one of though that's the question, isn't it? I was washing up and nudging the lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took.
You can
the
speak
likes
that
of
way
which I
to her.
doubt you could
Еще продолжаем
Say
расспрашивать.
it. Back, demon. Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days. I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regard. You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often. But it's Medora's the name. Retired. Or so the order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side. Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, one that Mac can see I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. Hunter's Edge by name. There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either. But ones who what they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say. But it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever crossing paths with a sauce hunter again. I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Sicil. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup. By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the Sicil hinterlands. Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now. But perhaps that's where you come in. I need a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. And the way I see it, you could use reinforcements here in town. I've been scouting Sicil for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Counselor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator.
О, господи, перепугал. Тикурила ворвался.
Тикурила 1000.
Ох, Тикурила с двух ног зашел. в дверь нашего стрима. Спасибо, спасибо, дружище. Давненько тебя не было видать. Надеюсь, у тебя тоже все хорошо.
Well, you know the old expression. Two's a tea party, three's an invasion. I know this place like the back of my hand by now. And the orcs up north will be short work for a trained-up trio of sauce hunters.
Раничок у нас, да, намечается?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Звучит неплохо.
A fantastic plan. With 3 source hunters working in tandem, we'll put an end to all the evils bent against this fair land.
Как у тебя дела, Коля? Где ты пропадал? Работа, семья, да?
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard?
Another source hunter on the team will make us all the more formidable against this wicked magic. Welcome aboard, Medora.
That's the spirit. Listen closely now. Do you hear it? That's the sound of every orc and sorcerer in a 100-mile radius, shaking in his wee boots.
Так, Мадора, Мадора, что ты умеешь? Тоже таран. Сокрушающий кулак.
Surely you've met your match once or twice.
The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing more swollen.
О, смерть вот это, конечно, уже мне нравится. ХПшки у нее побольше, чем у меня.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the
Рукастая
sort who
Мадора.
concerns myself with such things?
Да, да, есть такое. Непотопляемый Сэм. С котом не поговорить его, да? Надо сохраниться, попробовать украсть портрет.
Tell me,
Hey, stop that!
fortune of challenge
Меня разве не учили брать чужое?
of Hunter's Edge.
Fortune? Ah, he should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Все, режим скрытности не работает. Ну ладно. Анна.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your
Чё, ну реально на
match
демона
once or
похоже, что ли?
twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Я бы не сказал, что демон, ну ладно. С ним будешь говорить?
What have we here?
Другое дело.
A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, if you don't mind. I want to take a good long look at the so-called savior of Sicil.
Решила пофлиртовать со мной, Аннушка.
Tall as an elf, strong as an orc, but your face, quite classical, isn't it? Statuesque, some might say. Yes, smooth and sturdy as marble, yet fine as a chisel's edge. And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, can it be? You're exactly the person I've been searching for.
Для чего, интересно?
I am Anna.
А, великолепная пятерка.
I've cut 1,000 throats.
Понятно.
And baked 1,000 bread rolls. Stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Errata, and with my pockets full, when the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my form. I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to find the companion to whom my heart... But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and I am most certain that that companion is you.
О, музычка сменилась. Блин, а хорошая латте. Еще и не ломается. Но дороговато. Да, Зак. Вот бы в реале так. Зашел в бар и все, и начинает клеятся путницы всякие. Спутницы. Блин, только начало игры, и сколько у меня хлама всякого уже, капец.
That I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems. Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. Like existence itself lacked a significant component. Like if you could only fill a certain void, could connect with the right I believe I have found that component, that body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Come, if ever we are to be united, we must truly entwine our fates. We must link our yes. You must join the Fabulous Five right away, as soon as time permits. Together, as a team, we'll explore the boundless realm. Yes, I am part of that band of valiant heroes, and ever there must I remain. But you, my match, my soul's twin, may tie our fates together by similarly fighting under the banner of the Fabulous Five.
Привет, Александр. Спасибо, и тебе тоже приятного просмотра.
You must speak with Mendius. He stands right outside this very tavern, and he alone can...
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Анна, какая-то ты стрёмная, конечно. Капец. Немножко не в моем вкусе.
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time. What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of Alistair the Almighty? Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too, just in case.
Что там у нас? Ну, как обычно. Обстрелы, война. Типичная ситуация. Все как обычно.
And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly, 3 years running. Those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time, though I suppose I'll step in if none of the recruits manage to prove adept enough to handle a few skeletons.
А в этом мало чего хорошего, Димон. От этого ситуация как-то не изменится особо. Поэтому я бы не был так оптимистичен.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to age.
Pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so kind. How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business, and anyone with an ounce of tact would have known that already. Can I tell you? I suppose I can, and I could. But why would I turn my attention away from this whiskey when Mendius right...
Come now.
Simbladorix! That! Ha! Quite under my spell, aren't you? Yes, my enfriending charm. Never me? You mean you don't recognize me? Well, you must live under a very large, very heavy rock. For I'm the fire. Yes, that is strange. Strange indeed. But it's a strange world we live in, isn't it? A strange and magical world, full of wonders and regionis regentum. Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out indeed. If I'm as good as they say I am, you'll have sprouted a pair of long purple ears in the next hour. Ah, how I do love a tasty...
Ах, этому человеку больше не наливать. Кажется, он уже в стельку.
Greetings, traveler, and may the immaculate conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, have you yet heard the revelation? What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the conduit's eyes, and only through great... You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one. Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit are linked by following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way. We can each of us live on for a span greater than the nut. She came from on high to we mortals, and she showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her... For this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate... There, among her followers and friends, go on the path to the righteous, my friend.
Так, у меня есть огненный стрел или нет? Чтобы ядовитое облако как-то остановить. Только наконечник. А если вспышку использовать? Нормально.
Demon's breath! I've been paralyzed!
Не понял. Тут же ничего такого нет. Как оно срабатывает? О.
Shield me. I am powerless to protect myself.
Давай, забирай.
I feel like I've been set in stone.
Привет, Максим. Настроение. Да, у меня настроение уже хорошего. Я уже забыл, когда было. Обстановка такая же. Напряженная. Только когда такие игры стримлю, настроение немножко повышается. Хоть как-то можно отвлечься. Блин, до сих пор там. Мазохист, что ли, а? Давай оттуда вали уже. Да не идите вы сюда, господи.
What just happened? What just happened?
Несколько раз шарахнуло молнией. А что случилось? А что произошло? Наверное, мне просто, не знаю, голова болит. Капец. Боже, этот ИИ. Привет, Hololive. Как там у нас? Да, война, как обычно. Обстрелы.
Not even worth the rummaging.
Ну да, Hololive. Признание как бы вообще тут роли не играет. Так что да.
I guess someone else got here first.
Так, отмычки у меня остались или нет? Как мне Divinity, но пока нравится. Пока главная претензия — это слишком много текста. движухи. Блин, нет в отмычке. Второй тоже дофига текста, но шикарные квесты, сюжет, диалоги и марш. Угу. Я не против текстов, но просто надо же знать порой меру. Как-то балансировать, чтобы и интересно было читать, а потом и экшен тоже был. Ну, видимо, это пока только начало. Вспомни Моровинт. Я Моровинт не играл и не проходил. Не мое совсем. Сколько тут ништяков всяких. Ай, дура, куда ты стреляешь? А, ну куда? Благо КД небольшой. Угу, понял. Кормик спеет.
Spirits of eternal flame to my aid.
I can't move.
Поведай за обстановку. Война, обстрел. Этой информации хватит тебе?
I feel like I've been set in stone.
I invoke the fervor of flame.
What just happened?
Это мина была, что ли? Ага, у меня ж есть какая-то штука против ловушек.
I am powerless to act. I can't feel my legs. Demon's breath, I've been paralyzed.
Блин, еще один мазохист. Ловушку вообще можно как-то разминировать или нет? А ну или так, наверное, тоже можно.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Кто со мной сейчас разговаривает? Что не понял.
From the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Граната с гвоздями. Неплохо. Ёпрст, ребята, ну как вы так умудрились? Познать. Распознать, точнее. Не хватает навыков. Для этого мне нужно знание легенды уровня 1. Угу.
Welcome to the King Crab Inn, and a pleasure to have you. You look like you could use a round or three, so what'll it be? Have a seat and stay a while. Psst. Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic ain't exactly great for business, you know. That room where it happened, it was rented to a certain woman, though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions. She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured this were just more. I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standard practice for Mrs. Counselor and her visitors. I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, bleary-eyed in a washing fry. By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. there was only Jake on the floor, dead. So whoever done it has escaped through the window. But I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that. Councillor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything, but after all that's happened, I wonder if that weren't a grave mistake. Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know? He's called the Duke of Ferrell, a high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda, I'd recommend it.
Герцог Феррольский. Кажется, я с ним уже разговаривал.
Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the incident. But with spirits high and liquor flowing like it is tonight, it seems a crab may just come out of that pinch. 3 hopeless sailors. Truly wish I could help you, but I'm barely keeping afloat as it is. The name's Ivad. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the wheel. All you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy Horatius.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval. Stop right there. Until you've received the Captain's permission to enter, this...
Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer?
I swear I saw a lady in red upon the beach, but everyone laughs and says, I'll see mermaids next.
This town has seen better days, but despite it all, we'll always have the sea.
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rarely find me up here, but I do so abhor the hustle and bustle of the marketplace. That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivellon. All of this earth is my home, for a few days or even but a few hours at a time. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All the better that it isn't. For you and for me. Because Oh, but let us not discuss. Let us browse and barter.
Превращение в воздух. Хорошая штука.
is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Много хороших книжек, но довольно дорогие.
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
О, отмычки. Блин, дорогие.
By the filed teeth of Sulumar's soul shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Sulumar's soul shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
А, 48 копеек одна стоит. Я уж подумал, 481. Это надо набрать все. А, ну да, чародейство. Даже Скарлетт нет чародейства. Понятно.
The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
Блин, на картинах можно неплохо подняться. Давайте, валите отсюда. Ну ё-моё.
That doesn't belong to us, you know.
We're source hunters. We should be able to access any of the resources we need or want while we're on the job.
Well put. Hunting out source is no easy job. And we...
Эгоизм +1. О, так не заметили. Отлично. 612 монет портрета, ё-моё. Даже 700. Охота за портретами тогда сейчас продолжится. Хотя, наверное, если продавать, то в 2 раза меньше будет.
How gratifying to see you return. You have seen them, have you not? Punch on
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten.
You should be more careful, madam. I am a hunter, but as luck would have it, I'm not a zealot.
Instruments.
And neither am I. Be advised, though, not to give...
Gods have mercy. I talked openly about sorcery in front of a source hunter. What a fool I am. Thank you, oh compassionate soul that you are, to treat me so leniently. I never have and never will really dabble in sorcery. On that you have my word. On my life, I swear it. No need to worry, source hunter dear, that I am. You wouldn't believe. How gratifying to see you return. No need to worry, source hunter dearest. You'll find...
А, тут нужно за него подходить.
How gratifying. No need to worry that I am. You wouldn't. How gratifying that I am. I have spent... You wouldn't believe. No need to worry.
Не понял. Что больше торговать, если не могу?
How gratifying to see that I am. I have spent more of my life on the road traveling along. You wouldn't believe some of the things I... No need to worry, source hunter dearest. You'll find no sorcery here. Only honest...
Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog. All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
How gratifying to see that I am. I have spent... You wouldn't believe. No need to worry, source hunter dearest.
In the night, by the needle.
Ладно, хотя бы отмычки купил.
They'll end it all in blood.
Блин, а с той стороны нельзя. Ладно. Что такое Родрик?
You have come, yes.
А Родрик это мой герой, оказывается.
Brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, play with me, for I'm hungry. Come, play, play, play.
Еще один псих какой-то.
The game, yes. A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab. Hush now.
The elves of Gandavon, they lived in peace. Oh yes, But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned every all undone. Every last one of us.
I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, Lady of the Last Gaze, I swear I have tracked her down. By the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen sun is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last. Yes, Victoria. She is the one whose heart must be held in hand. The heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulge. The orcs of Gazuldagar, they knew my name. Oh yes, by the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant. Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Man-Eater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature. One of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumoured womb of a filthy, coarse-haired beast that was humped like a dog in the darkness of a stinking hollow. Victoria, librarian, daughter, adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Sicile. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. My name is Eglandir Twilsalanar, elf of the house of Gandavum, the slaughtered house of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood.
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
Will be beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
He has been driven to madness by grief, I think. But I understand his urge to see every last one of that orc tribe dead.
Perhaps, but let's just say I understand him no longer. His madness is now focused on the demise.
Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
The hunters go stalking in the night.
By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all, end it all in blood. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Привет, Зовут.
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
The torturer. All hail Grog. All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
I guess someone else got here first.
Hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
Да, да, сизый дракон. Все верно. Привет, Артем. Как ночь прошла? Напряженно. Сейчас неспокойно. А пока я стримлю, там идет обстрелы. Блин, где мои отмычки, которые я купил? Что-то я не понял. Господи, этот чувак надоел уже орать. А, вот они, господи. Родрика. Что, Рейнавика? Ага. Блин, отмычки потратились. Печально. Да, да, Артем, стараюсь. Стримы и общение с вами — это спасение для меня. Так что 8 лет эскапизма продолжаются. Завтра еще начну стримить Elden Ring. Погружусь конкретно в него. Я думаю, время пролетит быстро. Блин, у кого можно познать вещи в этой игре? Может мне кто-нибудь подсказать? Кто-нибудь играл в эту игру? Подскажите, пожалуйста. Столько всего нужно опознать. А не знаю у кого.
gratifying to see you. No need to worry, source hunt that I am. You would.
Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Как обезвредить эту ловушку? А, хотя я что-то уже был. Да, сундуки я здесь открыл. Блин, я даже не заметил этого Фрэнсиса. Ну, ладно. Может, как-то у торговцев можно распознавать. Только знание легенд качать. Мне кто-то говорил, ну, кажется, в игре подсказка была, что торговцы тоже могут. Ну, видимо, не все.
Артем F300. Хорошего стрима.
И тебе спасибо большое, Артем. Тебе тоже приятного просмотра. Спасибо еще раз большое за поддержку. Сейчас она как никогда мне нужна. И моральная, и материальная.
Glorious to see you once more, fair friend. I hope you've given some thought to my revelation. I think only of your eternal soul, after all. What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the conduit's eye. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what force steel yourself, friend. For your mortal spirit could be by following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way we are. For this hallowed there among her.
А, так я с ним разговаривал, господи. Это, видимо, не в этом месте. Думаю, что-то он знакомую шарманку завел.
Really now, I can't afford to indulge in chit-chat. Those nasty beasts are hot. Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned.
Я не выдержал. Пойду тоже играть в нее. Как обстановка? Да как обычно, война, обстрелы. Стандартная ситуация для нас.
Tell me, Alistair,
Кто меня заметил?
have you ever had
А,
the
этот,
fortune
наверное,
of
чел.
challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to Yes, she and I have a history. That's as easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so... Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder.
Надо еще с Эсмеральдой поговорить.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Councillor and I were...
Watch out! I smell the fierce stench of frightened Source Goblin. Actually, I think that's only roast pig. Ah, yes, yes.
Oh, you return and hum. They call the undead a problem, my friend. But those who know the ways of the fabulous five see no problems. They see opportunity.
Привет, Роман. И я тоже тебя рад читать. Так, а что с колодцем, где этот? Что объединять? Может, удочку? Что-нибудь половить? Где-то моя удочка была. Нет. Ну ладно. А, веревка. У меня веревка есть. Точно находил веревку какую-то. Только не помню. У Родерика или все-таки у Скарлетт. А, вот. Ну-ка. Нет. А если разделить? Тоже нет.
Mood for cheese? That excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Лестниц связанных у него вроде нет.
Welcome to the Town Hall of Syseal. Mayor Cecil is waiting for you inside.
О, Клавдии, кажется, можно познать предмет.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
69 золотых. Дороговато. Ну что ж поделаешь. Может, не веревка, а кошка нужна? Типа крафт веревки с крюком. Ну вот не знаю, Артем. Видимо, те, кто проходил эту игру, их пока что на стриме нет. Блин, мне так денег не хватит. Все распознавать, надо что-нибудь продать. У меня ж портреты есть, блин. Точно. Можно нехило подняться. Поднять бабла точнее. Можно распознанное кольцо загнать, если хлам. Да, да, тоже верно. Ну, на самом деле неплохое кольцо. То есть, если я его надену, я тогда смогу сам распознавать. На халяву. Плюс 9% сопротивления воздуха, тоже приятно. А, так и ведро считается как шлем. Лол. 10 брони. Не, неохота что-то ведро на себя напяливать. Минус 0,55 зрения, минус 0,55 слух. Молодцы разработчики. А, у него 117 монет. Что-то да, я многовато тут накидал ему. Перебор. Я уже было раскатал губу.
Well, Mayor Cecil will be happy to see the likes of a source hunter. Welcome to the town hall of Sicil.
Это вообще 38. Видимо, мэр не очень много им платит. Ну, для 2014 года игра очень хорошо выглядит. Может, из-за того, что все у меня на максималках. Прям очень симпатично. Самый вкусный пирожок. Превращаемся в искусного поваришку.
One man's trash is another man's trash.
Тесто для яблочного пирога. Кто хочет яблочный пирог в моем исполнении, пишите адрес. Сейчас я как наготовлю, как вышлю. Одесса 2 штуки с вишней. Принято, Сарман. Ожидай завтра. С утреца. Только не Почта России. Не, у меня голубиная почта. Это хоть и долго, но зато более сейфово. О, я могу огненную стрелу наконец-таки делать. Мне всего лишь надо было древко стрелы и наконечник. Главное, чтобы как не сегодня утром. Нет, я понял, о чем ты, Сарман. Сова как букля. А, точно, тоже хороший вариант. Так, теперь надо искать больше по-хорошему древка стрел. Наконечники у меня разные есть. Так, окей, понятно.
Leave me be, I have a job to do.
Strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many.
Самый вкусный пирожок том 2.
I bet you're a real war hero.
В полевых условиях. Как раз у меня тоже сейчас полевые условия. Срочно надо брать.
Certainly are my hero, the rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, lady. We legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be...
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here. Sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her. Even though she is, until proven guilty, wholly innocent. I am Septimus, seventh son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods.
В смысле отмазался? Ты спросил, я ответил. Братцы. Привет, Александр. Как ситуация напряженная? Война, обстрелы. Ну, я к этому привык, поэтому не парюсь.
So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Riverlock, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication.
Арт, я понимаю твое любопытство, Арзер, но каждому не вкратце отвечать мне неохота. Меньше знаешь, крепче спишь. Знаешь такую пословицу? Привет, Алексей. Провайдер местный.
Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof exists. Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by foul sorcery, is heartrending. And what questions are those?
Ну да, Александр. Что еще остается? Остается только надеяться, верить. Как обычно. В ближайшие несколько недель придется дома сидеть. Не из-за обстрелов, а из-за того, что забирают всех, кому даже есть 17 лет хотя бы, на войну.
We've been stationed here the better part of 2 years now, alternating between twiddling our thumbs and springing into panicked battle against the orcs. Hard to admit, but without Ahu, we'd have lost this city.
Ну, я хочу отвечать, Артер, но вкратце. Не хочу я расписывать каждый аспект. Я ж отвечаю другим. Да, Артер, лучше промолчим.
Don't even mention those rotten carcasses to me. They're the reason we've been stuck in this dead-end town for nigh on 2 bloody years. All fun and games in the beginning, but just you lose a couple of friends fighting those fiends. Get used to lousy rations and
Давайте лучше наслаждаться игрой.
for entertainment. And you'll soon come to realize that out of hundreds of cohorts the world round, yours drew the short straw. Legion's greetings, Hunter. So fair a lady I have seldom, steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability.
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm not...
Hey, stop that!
I've never bothered to.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
Lords above.
О, вот и Эсмеральда, наконец-таки я дошел до нее.
Source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence?
I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor. But his one and only princess just the same.
Да, это не Твич, Артём. А на Гудгейме.
Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches.
Well, what do you want to know?
Never imagined that finding a quarter pound of mouldy, moth-eaten flour would be a cause for celebration in this city.
Praise be that Arhu the wizard has the wits about him to build these newfangled weapons of his, or Sysil would have been the very throne of decay by now. Because of him, life here is almost bearable again, despite the walking dead.
Quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
Прям настоящий детектив начинается. Ладно.
We'll have none of that, you hear? That's enough of that now.
And now a stern chastisement in 3, 2...
Все серьезно тут смотрю у них. Ладно.
My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war...
What's that gleam?
Так, успел я взять ключ или нет? Успел, отлично. Превращаюсь в искусного повара.
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer. My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you. My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Sicil, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Sicil through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed. What? Oh, you mean Sicil? Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jake, and by source magic no less, weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brutish, and the undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making... That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such stick... And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic red... Jake? Murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed, I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our differences over the years, but most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. An all-right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Sicil is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor. What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Sicil's once torrential commerce... What now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat. Atypical. Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and his name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind. The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead. Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the basics. You see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, rather more than nice, they occasionally, well, they... Oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Sicil's under siege by orcs. That depends. The library. Yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Sicil. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself. Marvelous. Follow me then.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in source. To the gallows, I say.
Раз он ушел, можно тут немножко полутать. Блин. Как они заметили. Привет, Дмитрий. Да. Надо было дверь закрыть, вот я протупил. Если бы закрыл дверь, они бы не заметили.
That's enough of that now.
Ты еще кто?
A source hunter. Oh, what a sight for sore Sicilian eyes.
О, древко стрел.
Me? I live alone here in town. Used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically joined. Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring and endlessly worrying my poor mind. Oh, but of course, I've always loved that scamp to bits. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Aureus now and then. But then those that band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That...
А, это горничная мэра, понятно. Вот раз другие шмотки. Ой, как я вовремя закрыл дверь. Невозможно. Ну ладно. Неплохо подлутались.
What do you think you are doing?
Да ладно. Блин. Ё-моё. Рамон, привет.
We'll have none of that, do you hear? A sauce source hunter. Me? Oh, he's always been, for my part, that band of...
Meow.
Да, да, Роман. Держусь. Бывало и хуже. В разы. А зачем Майкеру писать про такое? Про политику. Ну ты, конечно, надумался. Блин, я опять дверь не закрыл, ну, блин. Что ж такое? Так уйти, чтобы он не заметил. О. Все нормально? Ты нас не подозреваешь, сосился, хорошо?
Oh, it's you. What news? Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot? Man's best. I've always been more fond of cats myself. No, all my clothes are in fine condition, thanks. I've been going to the same tailor for years. Someone wants to see Victoria dead? That cherub of the book? That seraph of the library? Outrageous! Hear you me. You must stop that dog by any means necessary. As mayor of Sicil, you have my permission to take drastic measures if need be. That depends. What are the library? Yes, yes, marvelous. Full. What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Sicil's crown. The beacon of culture and learning in our fair city. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into... Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye just seeing her here. What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. I know Victoria will be happy to make your acquaintance.
The brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have Hello again, adventurer. I hope you wiped those muddy boots on your way in. Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring that band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent me. I live...
I need something more advanced. Omnes autem mali demonis quam. What? What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen at... Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken, for you hardly resemble the local fisherfolk. No, a source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may... Why? Simply because you hunt source, and I, Jehan, hunt demons. You are aware, of course, that now I hate what I hunt, but I respect its cunning. Should I not? This is a sentiment I'm quite certain you must recognize. Let there be strength in cunning, yes, but also in numbers. On one condition, that on our joint travels we will never deal with demonic entities, no matter how tempting their propositions. Give me your word on this.
Very well. There will be no deals with demons.
Agreed. Nothing good ever came from bargaining.
Most gratifying. I see you are firm of purpose and thereby ready to descend. Descend into the madness that is sorcery, into the depths where demons dance. Gladly shall I follow you into the abyss. Onward, blood.
Теперь нас четверо.
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stecken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Сколько максимум тут может быть союзников?
Replace this book here. A volume of poetry and novels. Rack. Mayhem. Kajdanor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine. Replace this book here. A volume of poetry among novels. Rack. What mayhem. In the name of Amun-Hor, I bid thee Tujda Getahal, be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine. I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it? When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Sicil toward... The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amon Hor, dear, he raised me like I was his own. This kindest of souls taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian. Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too. Kira Lizor. Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the pursuit of retribution, does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? Whom have I ever harmed? So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do?
Как заставить себе поесть в первый же день? Ну, через силу просто, я не знаю как. Просто говоришь себе, что так надо. И через силу ешь.
My amulet? But it is Haxmaji, a sacred token that houses the presence of my ancestors. No, I cannot part with my talisman, the keepsake of my soul.
Чтобы убедить собеседника, выиграйте несколько раундов игры камень, ножницы, бумага. Да, едешь.
Put it like that, I guess.
300 опыта.
I cannot say that it is.
Нормально.
I do this very reluctantly, but fine. Have my talisman. May it fool the elf that would see me dead.
Тут абсолютно поломанный инвиз. можно весь город обнести. Да я уже так и понял. Я этим время от времени пользуюсь.
The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom, Stenteken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem!
Treasure!
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem! Volume 1, Volume 2. Where has the third one gone? Shucks up. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine. Place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem!
Treasure!
The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom, Stenteken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Вот это я тут сейчас начитаюсь. Слушай, Мейстлинг. У кого можно это, чтобы распознать шмотки? Ну, я понимаю, что продавцов, но у каких? Я же так понял, не у всех.
Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Да ну, Рамон, что-то ты какую-то ерунду пишешь. Война — это и есть политика. Поэтому Майкер вполне все верно сделал. Он старается абстрагироваться от этого, как и я. Я по одному персу качал познавание, чтобы инфу по мобам видеть. Ясно.
This book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Or rack mayhem?
Looks like the mortician is rather suspicious about Jake.
What could Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, or Evelyn have to do with
sorcery still hasn't been returned.
Нормально я почитал. Плюс 100 опыта. Пойми, Рамон, ну, это не место для обсуждения на стримах. Это не та тема. Если Майкер был для тебя дружбан, с которым можно было встретиться где-то, поговорить по поводу этого, тогда да. Поэтому давай ты не будешь развивать эту тему. Да-да-да, Сарман все верно пишет. Стримы для многих зрителей, как и для многих стримеров, это средство для того, чтобы отвлечься. Своего рода эскапизм от реального мира. Чтобы забыть о проблемах. И просто наслаждаться игрой. Ну, либо комментированием. Первая часть игры вообще на расслабоне. Тема зашла. Денег без лимита, ассортимент обновляется раз в 40 минут, крафтинговые. Может, это еще от сложности зависит, Мэй? Общаться тогда Рамон-то можешь, понятное дело. Просто не на такие щекотливые темы. А, ты на максималке играл? Я играю на предпоследний, тактический. Ну, потому что я никогда не знаком был с игрой. Думаю, это для первопроходца самое то. Палка с гвоздями. Это вряд ли, конечно, мне заменит меч, но ладно. Щепки.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Как развеселить толпу. Пособие для стримеров. Да-да-да, Сарман. Я уже загрузил игру. Ночью она появится. Протестирую, побегаю. И завтра вечерком уже начну. Это для меня самая ожидаемая игра, поэтому, разумеется, будем ее проходить так вдумчиво. Все везде побывать нужно. Все облазить. А она мне ничего не стоила, Сарман. Это мне один из зрителей подарил. Есть рецепты готовки и перк обшора. Ну, про это я знаю. Да, завтра час ночи стартует, да, все верно. Ну, точнее, в 2 часа ночи. Поэтому завтра к вечеру я уже успею протестировать и начать играть. Так, давайте почитаем. На гномских похоронах процессия с гробом случайно врезается в стену и слышит слабое стенание. Гроб открывают и видят, что гномская женщина жива. Слеза радости орошает глаза ее мужа. Все вокруг ликует. Гномская женщина умирает снова, спустя 10 лет. И для нее вновь устраивают похороны. В конце обряда гнома выносят гроб. Муж, умерший, выкрикивает им вслед: «Стену не заденься!» В зале эхо одновременно оказывается эльф и орк. Орк говорит, что замерз насмерть. Эльф же умер от сердечного приступа. «Как же так вышло?» — спрашивает орк. Эльф отвечает: «Я вернулся домой, и мне показалось, что моя жена в постели с другим. Но, обыскав дом, я так никого не нашел. Мне стало так стыдно, что я напрасно подозревал жену в измене, что у меня случился сердечный приступ, и я умер на месте». «Ох», — сказал орк, — «открыл бы ледник, и мы оба были бы сейчас живы». Да, своеобразно, конечно, шуточки. Раз в 10 лет эльфийские древесные жрецы горнего монастыря могут прервать обет молчания и сказать 2 слова. По прошествии 10 лет один монах впервые получает возможность что-то сказать. Он секунду медлит, а затем произносит: «Еда скверная». 10 лет спустя он говорит: «Кровать жесткая». Еще через десятилетие он долго смотрит на настоятеля и затем произносит: «Я ухожу». «Ничуть этим не удивлен», — отвечает эльфийский настоятель. «С тех пор, как ты сюда попал, ты только и делаешь, что жалуешься». Ну, это уже получше. Шуточка.
Where's the third one gone? Shut
Можно стендап теперь устраивать в этой игре. Да, возможно, пригодится кого-то насмешить.
Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine. Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine. Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine. Replace this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem!
Так, теперь есть зелье сопротивляемости к огню и к яду. Здорово.
The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom, Sternticken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine. Replace this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! Mayhem. Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. Replace this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem. The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom, Sternticken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
О, палка с гвоздями.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone?
Какой дамаг будет?
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Трудена.
Kaj'Dinor. A
Ничего я не могу. Где зелье сопротивления к огню? Я же тоже прочитал его.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Да, дамаг так себе. Может, она сможет опознать. Да, она может опознать. Не так уж дорого это тут у нее стоит. Ничего себе топорик. Неплохое. Ой, лучок тоже хороший для магички. Блин, нифига себе арбалет. Можно и арбалет туда попытаться. А, там ловкости 7 надо, чтобы пользоваться. А, ну да, ловкости не хватит. Ловкость 6. Вот это, нарочи, то, что нужно. И взлом, и телекинез. Амулетов, мне кажется, вообще еще нет. Ни хера себе. Меч. Надо срочно качать силу. Копье тоже неплохое. Блин, деньги почти закончились. Так, а сколько там у Родерика силы? А, сила у него позволяет. 9. Ну, тогда шикарно. Практически в 2 раза дамаг увеличится. Правда, больше число очков действия нужно будет тратить.
place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Oh, rack! What mayhem! The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Schnell taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Schnell taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Oh, rack! What mayhem! Place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Oh, rack! What mayhem!
What? Oh, it's you! What news? My dear girl, I introduced her to my library. If you're looking for something special, just up. No, all my clothes are in fine condition, thanks. I've been going to the same tailor for years. Jake? Murdered, you say? Oh, yes, of course. Now I remember. Well, I'm sure the facts will prove me innocent. Keep investigating. You'll see for yourselves in time.
Ain't a big change on your block for the wear of the good stuff.
I dare say.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Until you've received the captain's permission to enter, this door doesn't exist. Got it?
Here I wait for thee in the dark.
Yes. 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 So it is.
Yep.
So it is. By Angus the Impaler's favourite steak, you done well by me. Oh, Ravager of Gazaldagar, the last of their line is dead. The House of Gandavon has been avenged. Sweet flowing blood. The quest of decay is at an end. My wealth is yours. My life is death's. By the hollow sockets of the Voidwood Eye Gouger, I bid thee thanks and fond farewell.
Так, где бы найти этого Аурея? И Эвелин.
Everything we do seems to fortify your abilities.
I suppose your example has inspired me to reach heights I'd never before envisioned.
That inspiration hardly flows one way, my friend.
Так, пойду я перекушу. И минут через 17 продолжим. Привет, Андрей. Только установил Reforged в игре, такая проблема. Люблю со старых времен кликать пачками. Например, цифру 1, героем F1. Одновременно левой мышью указываю, куда идти. Появляются лаги и рывки. Стесняюсь спросить, а ты играешь на классическом графоне или на Reforged графоне? На том и на том одна проблема. Блин, даже не знаю, чем тебе помочь, Андрей. У меня таких проблем нет. Может, у тебя комп слабенький? Не знаю, чем еще это объяснить. С запасом. Может, как вирусняк какой-то. Проверь комп на вирусы. Переустанови Reforged полностью. Если не нажимаю одновременно с мышью 1 или F1, вся игра летит. Ну фиг знает, Андрей. Первый раз такое слышу. Да, да, Андрей, реально беда. Ну, я же говорю, попробуй переустановить. Да не, нету разницы, Андрей. У меня раньше Warcraft работал на HDD, а сейчас на SSD. И все шикарно работает. Да. Насчет видюхи ты прав. Клавиатура. А как клавиатура связана с тем, что тебя тормозит? Проверь комп на вирусы. Не знаю, либо отвези на диагностику и комп.
Stop right there until you've received the captain's permission. Stop right there until you've received the captain's permission to enter this door.
Где искать этого капитана?
It's you. Just the person to answer a question that's been knocking around.
Единицу зажимаю одновременно с левой кнопкой мыши. Зачем ты вообще это делаешь? Зачем единицу зажимать одновременно с левой кнопкой мыши? Может, я что-то не знаю?
Glorious to see you once more, fair friend. I hope you've given go on the path.
Come now, Alistair.
Really now, I can't afford to indulge in chit-chat with my legion of followers.
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with...
Hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate... Yes, as easy... Jake, and it's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Counselor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wish the man harm.
Крывы КПМ набивать. Ну, может, тебе отвыкнуть пора. И у тебя не будет ничего тормозить.
Away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Ну, либо привычки поменять.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Oh, it never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden. My sheep is missing. And okay, me baby. Night and day, day and night.
sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Андрей, я в Warcraft сейчас редко стримлю. Тем более играю. Сейчас в основном раз в неделю, по воскресеньям.
Quiet day on the market, it seems. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Pay the big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this.
Oh, hello, love. Nice day for a little stroll around the market, isn't it?
See if you can choose the finest greens. Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse.
What are ye staring at? Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labor. Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hardy souls to help me reload. Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked.
As many friends as the man with many cheeses.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Pay the big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Ah, hello, proportionate one. Ah, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no?
I'm straight. I'm true.
Карта сокровищ. Это интересно.
Potions to bemuscle you. Scrolls
Прикупить,
to
что ли, одну?
entussle you.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn.
Pay the big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps. But
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
A good day to you.
My map is slowly filling up with secrets.
Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Made a big change on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
A good day to you.
But if one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence?
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind I encountered, aren't you? But, no matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartiest specimen, I'm sure the Order sent the individual with the next highest probability of success. Me? Why, I'm more than little. It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst. A simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging itself can be halted by a single application. Not to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make... Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with... She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration. She's gotten hold of a stone, supposedly capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the briefest look at it. But she claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed it with the power to heal. Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself.
For his very existence?
Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting man. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all. Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless, certainly, what would you like to know? The counselor. Terrible loss, that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know. I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
A mysterious healing stone. Interesting indeed.
Neither of you cares. Nothing sets me on edge like inexplicable magic.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
That relic of Evelyn's the so-called healing crystal. I've seen one like it before, and by the Patriarch's pockets. It's a relic of source. One look at that gem will be enough to convince me it's no force of good, but a bloodstone through and through.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Can't have gotten far.
I've come across such a stone before. It may be capable of healing, as the good doctor describes, but its origins are as dark as bloodstone. It's so named for a reason, you see. What starts as a pretty gem is corrupted by sick sorcerers who infuse it with the blood of the slain. If that stone is what I suspect, I wouldn't trust Cecil's so-called healers any more than I'd trust a pyromancer on a wooden boat.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Tone. Soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Another perfect heist. You sneak with the subtlety of a tried and true cat burglar.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his
Why,
very
thanks. I rather do, don't I? Few more heists, and I'll be a fat cat in no time.
No doubt about it. Your easygoing sleight of hand impresses me greatly, and will certainly continue to be highly advantageous.
Troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Excuse me? This is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Sevens you think you are barging in here? Out, I say, right this instant.
Long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing! But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and two direly wounded men who need... I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed sword.
What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim. Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here. Quite the venerable staple of Cecile, Stephen, and recently blessed with his third grandchild.
He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less. Nearly everyone in Syceal is familiar with Grinning Stephen, and as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family. Is that so? Well, I handled the corpse myself, indeed, but I hardly knew the man in life. I was shocked when Ahu asked me to come to the crime scene, but Theliron had taken ill, and the responsibility fell to me. I arrived at the inn, where the body lay just where it had fallen. The injuries were like nothing I'd ever seen. A single intricate laceration wove like lace around every inch of his skin. Neither a beginning nor an ending point were discernible. I personally delivered the corpse the short distance to the mortician's
Да,
house.
Андрей.
As far as I know,
Что еще?
as far as a magical murder is concerned, quite normal.
Soothing a corpse's troubled mind.
Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loik by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain
Нашел проблему.
the Immaculates, they call themselves.
Еще одну проблему нашел.
That certain stones can
Или
heal
нашел решение проблемы. Введи 10 настройки спецвозможности. И...
I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, I was astounded.
Ну да, да, Андрей. Есть такое. Ну и что, ты отключил и все стало нормально? Ну я тогда тебя поздравляю, Андрей. Там типа залипание. Ну да, да. Я так и думал, что что-то типа того. Но забыл про эту штуку. Сказать тебе про специальные возможности. Ну что ж, тогда приятно тебе насладиться Warcraft без лагов.
For a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties. You are? Ah, I thank you a million times for your help.
Stephen should receive the stone. We know full well the difficulty of growing up without a family.
В этом варике уже левела как в Battle.net не показывает соперника статы. Показывает, но только тебе нужно другой сервер установить. Заходишь на v3champions.com, качаешь сервер, ну в смысле качаешь эту прогу, и после захода в Warcraft, ну то есть ты перед тем, как зайти в Warcraft, должен запустить эту прогу v3 Champions. И тогда у тебя откроется новый сервак. Вот на нем уже есть статистика, лиги, дивизионы и вся остальная информация.
Yes.
Let's return a healthy Stephen to his family as soon as possible.
v3champions.com. Там вся информация. Ну и ссылки тоже на скачку. w3champions.com. Просто вводишь в поиски и все.
Stephen, it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one man, but my heart breaks for the other. No, no, this is highly unfair.
Thank you.
What is this? This lightning.
What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone, somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
Вот это интересный поворот. Ладно, Андрей. Сейчас тебе скину ссылку. Хотя там первая попавшаяся ссылка должна была быть у тебя. Вот ссылка. Ставишь там русский язык. И, в общем, там все написано. Все, что тебе нужно знать. Не за что, Андрей, обращайся. Всегда пожалуйста. И в третий раз буду рад тебя выручить. Уровень, надеюсь, сражаться не придется с ним. Зикс-закс.
Introductions. Zigzax the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was. As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves, how you got here on such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time, I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow. A question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time, ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler. Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens, and feast your soon-to-be terrified...
It may be quite mad.
Then we had better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't...
What's this? The portal! It's... The portal has become active! Fantastic! Astounding! Onward we should go! The portal! It's quite sprung to life, just like the long dormant flames that decorate this observatory. After all my waiting and hoping, could it be? You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing me those torches alight. This portal active once more. Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. Well, I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well. It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting then. No longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The car, though I cannot say for certain if it is what I believe. In fact, every last question that ever plagued your noggin might well be answered, for I believe. But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, after you. Oh, what? You first, but don't dilly-dally. Yes, just as I hoped. There she is. There it is.
And he's off.
It seems the Emperor spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
Возвращением, да, Роман.
of time? Mother...
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have
You have brought guests, I see.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane? If any other being in Rivellon asked me about the details of their comings and goings, but you are different. Of you, so please, do tell me. How did you arrive here? A stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you with new life as well. Is that so? Not like this, no. What happened to you, never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence, you see, but yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone.
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all?
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone. Source hunters, it would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly... Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. It's... Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wound...
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history...
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus...
I see! What the void would shrink...
Yes. Though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the... If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all. Indeed you must. Though I may not yet understand why, it seems that you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. Yet we are not the only entities who...
Why, of course, that's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now...
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble, even this plane will...
That shall never be, milady. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we... Please, our most mysterious guest, are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell!
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it may yet seem.
So, what do you think, Source Hunter? Come, come! I got something for you if you're up to the challenge. Come, come! I got something for the glitch. set of your brow suggests to me that you've not given up on our dear old Rivellon. Not just no, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out, but you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Off you go then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void. I honestly don't know. But ask her if she...
Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot! Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously... From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent. Neither do I, but the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again, this in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is... We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save
Нет, нет, Холгред. А кто такой Тоби?
Given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers
Так он не Тоби был, а Добби. И я-то думаю, что за Тоби? Домовой эльф из Гарри Поттера. Его Добби звали. Да, похож.
But of course I have a price to pay. So gather those starstones. Lonesome? Well, yes. Perhaps you can imagine the profound. Before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivellon, I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. I wonder, do you know more about the Void? What it is? What lies at the heart of it?
What lies at its heart? Why, nothing, of course. The great absence of all that even the gods cannot comprehend. It eludes us, like infinity, or the finality of tick-tocking time.
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm.
Did it sprout legs and run away?
I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone. So it is, and so it should continue to be. For I suspect his foul murder and the plight of dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a... That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way.
Did it sprout legs and run away?
while you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, the advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the that's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent. Though bloody murder, don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a but perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, save it all too seldomly. Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of creation. I'll not pretend to have all the answers, or that I understand all that is happening here and out there among the stars, but I do know if Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I lays beside the hearths of home. I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of youthful Gore. He wondered aloud, what also I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. Before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give to you. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say
going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you? A magical pyramid, eh? Frivolous and lecherous magic, more like. Leave my house, afore the divines punish you for your aberrant ways.
Well, that's what you get for trying.
Out now, if you please. This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you!
Unknown to all time, are you? Leave it to an imp to try to fill our minds with all manner of magic. I'll tell you who you are. Source hunters, members of the most esteemed order in Rivellon. Here to find out and grind out every last speck of dark magic in the realm. There, the enigma is solved.
Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone!
What are you? You think I'm... No, comrade. You can keep the honor of being the I just hope this fancy of yours doesn't interfere with your real job. Or have you forgotten that little detail already? You're a source hunter.
Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing
Самый
here?
беспалевный
Begone!
взлом в мире.
Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you!
Хорошая кольчушка.
What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone!
Ah, how intolerable it is to think that all the knowledge of the world is being gathered by an imp. And yet I am a tad jealous of that jabbering little jester. To know all. It is a consummation devoutly to be wished.
Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone!
Life without mystery. Life without wonder. What is this pseudo-philosophical flower-child claptrap? Let us learn, Hunter, whether you like it or not, and through wisdom grow evermore.
Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! That's enough of that now! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! Now, if you please! This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you doing here? Begone! Out now, if you please. This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! We'll have none of that, you hear? What are you still doing here? Begone! Out now, if you please. This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone!
Back so soon? Can't say I'm surprised. One can hardly enjoy all of Victoria's life.
Welcome back, Source Hunter. More business.
What? Oh, it's you! What news?
Oh, golly gosh! One who flaunts the highways and byways
Сам
of
без
silly
сплет.
old seal with the easy elegance of a puss with her tail in the air. I do declare such a sight is rather rare around here. But where are my manners? I am
Тоже играл воина двуручником и лучницей. Но она мне такая лучница-маг. Я пока так играю. Тоже с этими спутниками в паре. А тут еще какие-то спутники есть, да? Помимо этих. Я просто первый раз прохожу.
I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest. That is hardly a coincidence. But of course, darling, be my guest. Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for
Сколько всего можно вообще спутников, так сказать, иметь? 5, 6 или 4?
And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden with all kinds of exotic wares, full of the little treats the mayor likes to spoil me with. Heavens forbid! No, fear is rather too strong a term there, Hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you they are just as easily out. Oh, my golly gumdrops, he did what? The nerve of the man. I knew he was hard of hearing and soft of wit, but this is a new low even for him. Oh, do calm down, Maxine. Compose yourself. there we are. Indignation has been dispelled. No longer do I care that booby of a mayor called me the C-word.
Одновременно можно брать в сопровождении только двоих. Угу. То есть максимум 4, ясно.
A nervous twitch suddenly makes Maxine's whiskers wiggle. I don't care in the least.
Cats. Such beauty, such grace they have. Magnificence incarnate.
Slinging
What?
charlatans.
Oh, it's you! What news?
World League cat tosser.
Maxine? What in heavens? I spent months. I've always been more fond of cats.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Heavenly hearing, delicious dogfish, yours for a crack novel.
I'm straight. I'm true.
You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to animals, but I for one wouldn't be falling for such a tall tale.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear! I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times, but what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal. Oh, my story's so what do you think? Should I snap?
Arrows by the dozens.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Not in the mood for cheese.
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish. This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day, another rumbling belly. Morals never fed a hungry man, you know.
Silver arrows.
Good day to you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Ксамис, где мне найти капитана Аурея, не подскажешь?
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
В порту был. А, да, кажется, этот портовый склад. Кажется, там. Овца.
I've spotted something interesting.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn. She's out to get me. I know it.
Капитан, который тут главный? Ну да. Который главный, да. Видимо, это тот, который на складе охраняет место преступления, то, наверное, другой.
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated.
Obviously, someone has taken great care.
Сейчас, Ксамбис, я ж тут не был. Вот, пожалуйста. Мы с нашими лопатами с удовольствием этим займемся.
We and our shovels will do as we please.
That's right. Let's get...
As you prepare to break ground, you gaze at the dirt beneath your feet once more.
Сохранись. Да уже поздно.
All right, time to get digging.
Here's hoping we find something worthwhile.
You plunge your shovel into the earth.
Отлично, я покопал. Ну, теперь буду знать, да, что он лучше сохраняться сначала. Чтобы не было так неловко. О, древко стрелы. Это мне нужно. Аурелий. Домики на северо-востоке. А зачем мне Аурелий? Там разве он в списке есть? У мэра Сесил я был. Ученицы Эвелин, да. Эсмеральда, да. И только капитан Аурей остался. Аурелий. Я думаю, кто такой Аурелий?
Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the poor dear hasn't had a proper night's sleep in months.
Да. Чкмел есть. Ксамбис и ты. Больше живых нет.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
Thank you eternally. That strange reaction you caused. Blue lightning from a healing stone. I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if its magical properties survived your little reaction.
Что ты хочешь спросить? Про ситуацию в моем городе? Домик на северо-востоке, насколько я помню. Как взаимодействовать с колодцем? Что туда нужно добавить? Я сначала думал веревку, но нет. Потом попробовал удочку, тоже нет. А, ведро. А, ну да, там же воду можно набрать. Только не знаю, зачем мне это. Реджинальд. За кто такой? Так, карта. Северо-восток, да? Ну хотя бы на карте тут обозначается. Чтобы я так долго искал. Как-то на к морякам сходить. Проработаем, сказать. Как же они медленно бегают, господи.
I bet you'd scream havoc if I were to give you a mirror.
Так, а как мне туда попасть? Или это с помощью телекинеза надо делать? Открывать сундук. Видимо, надо более прокачанный телекинез. А еще я здесь хотел ножницами веревку прирезать. Где-то у меня ножницы были. А, ну да, порталы. Угу. Ну я пока не привык к этому. Ножницы. Кого же они были? А, их нельзя использовать, да? А, блин. Как мне это невыполнимое препятствие пройти? Это просто смешно. Тут тоже телекинез, наверное, нужен. У кого там телекинез прокачан? Видимо, единички недостаточно.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's shores here in Seal? Bah! Of all the cursed was too busy dodging fireballs to notice anything myself. Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride? No, it ain't. Shores here in Seal? Bah! Of all the cursed rock to land on, Staff of what now? No.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Seal? Those orcs must be out of there. I'll tell you, the only time...
Блин, я же им работу нашел. Че не то этого делала? Или это не эти моряки?
Shores here.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really.
О, кажется, это он.
So there's a captain offering booze
Отлично.
and brass for a bit of crate loading? Gods be praised, you've done it, friend. Off we go.
Sailor, what news on the main?
Must we truly waste precious time providing seamen with new situations? Each sifting grain of sand in the hourglass is another warning. Act now or open the doors to death.
Северные ворота. Дойду я до Ауреи сегодня или нет?
How can the Legion serve you today, Source Hunter? You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the undead-infested wilds to me. You may have the right number of champions in your party, yet in experience I think you are... I sincerely hope you know what you're doing.
Good luck out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Seal's ramparts.
С кем бой? А, уже андеды там. 5-го уровня. Ну, с двумя я думаю справлюсь. ХП у них не так много. Жаль, урон не показывается у них. А, там трое. Окей. А, тут же еще легионеры мне помогают. А, там 4 зомбяка. Первое сражение сегодня. За сколько? За 5 часов с половиной. Какой-то экшен. Без башки один вообще, безбашенный. Ого. 340 хп, нехило. Смотрел одного товарища, он не скоро про Нору понял. Блин, хорошо, что ты сказал. Что-то да, я не обратил внимания. То есть они оттуда будут вылазить постоянно. хп. Ничего себе. 750 опыта. Найс. Так, кем бы мне прорваться туда? Или может сдалека как-то расстрелять? Эта хрень будет меня отравлять, если я сейчас туда зайду? Надеюсь, нет. если легионер задамажу, то они будут еще и со мной сражаться. Главное, они сделали моба, который по сути ваншотит магии твоего перса, сделали режим Iron Man. В смысле, безголовый, что ли? А, потом встретишь. Ну ты так не пугай. Вообще угораю с этой игрули. Мадора такая в тех же доспехах, на каблуках 10 сантиметров. Не, ну каблуки у нее там пару сантиметров. Но меч, конечно, аж в текстуры проваливается, такой большой. А если они, если легионеры добивают, мне экспа идет? Или мне только экспа идет, если я сам добиваю кого-то? По идее не идет, но это не точно, понятно. Вроде, да? Опять вроде. Ё-моё. Теперь 2 безголовых зомби. Чё я не могу ударить его? Ладно, хотя бы так сделаю.
From the
tiniest.
Одной проблемой меньше. Я не могу попасть по нему. Жесть. Куда этот побежал легионер вообще? Неплохо опыта занесли. А, тут я только сейчас баллисту заметил. А тут еще и боссы есть. Круто. Вообще рекомендую поиграть Ассасином, сразу интереснее будет. А чё мне теперь заново начинать? Не. Буду уже играть так, как есть. А, Вольграф есть напарник у нас Аси. Но я такого пока не встречал, кажется.
How could that happen?
То есть, несмотря даже если они добивают, мне опыт идет. Вообще шикарно. Подгорел еще. Побежала.
Good luck out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Seal's ramparts.
Скупай и собирай белые грибочки, они для... Что? Зелок? Что такое зелок? А, для лечащих зелий. Ну хорошо, если не забуду. Да блин, ну иди сюда, я тебя подхилить хочу, он убегает.
On the mend.
Я что, получается, вообще не туда иду?
Not even worth the rummaging.
Да, кажется, меня не туда потянуло.
Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were. Our who's invention. The stasis. These days, we Legionnaires hold a lot. Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure that...
Блин, так реально получается, можно было стрельнуть из нее.
So, the wizard's crafted a device intended to keep the undead at bay, has he? Little did he expect we'd be careful now, comrades, and tread lightly. There's no telling when that madman's doomsday device might gain sentience and turn its rays on us.
Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. What?
The magical sort will do anything to increase their own personal powers, be it offering their souls to demons. But have no fear, comrades. Together, we form an elite squad.
Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. What?
I wouldn't venture too far out of...
You don't think it's effective, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
That's it, troops. Train up while
Ice
you
blue
can.
eyes narrow beneath a heavy brow streaked with sweat and dust. Her hands tense into claws.
Her brow knits together, but something in her... I am Bear Daughter. I have not come here to find trouble with the Screech woman. She only startled. And you are a source hunter. I have heard many tales of your order. Your history is long and honorable.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
This woman here, the one who now plots her revenge, she crept behind me while I was hunting, and I owned, but soon their swords were upon me, and they forced me into this cage meant for dogs. Mother would rip the fur from...
You don't think it's effective, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do anything.
Do you hear that clinking? I think someone's got keys in their pocket.
No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum.
Блин, а воровство у меня не прокачано, чтобы ключи украсть.
Dancing dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. Well, you've got my attention, comrade.
Hey, we'll have none of that, you hear?
Ну, хотя можно и так. Не зря я злом качал.
Anybody home?
Excuse me, Grabby Gus. This is a Legion treasure room, and absolutely no non-Legionnaires are allowed in.
Daemoni. Good. Nope.
What do you think you're doing?
we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Scythiel, but don't make waves and don't interfere. I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know. Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother. But he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate, Jake. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you! Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it. Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Robert aided and abetted criminals. He should be arrested immediately.
Absolutely. Without his complicity, the body...
Shame to arrest a man who buried so many legionnaires with military honors, but so be it. I'll send out a chap to apprehend him forthwith.
can I help you, my friend? What? I'd never. If you must know, I was merely checking up on Maxine. What a delight she is. The temperament of a tiger, the grace of a leopard, and the manners of a lady all rolled into one. By all means. Of course. I hope your investigation fares. I can but piece together what few morsels fell. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired. I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. When finally, how and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were... I myself have none. Even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried and convicted Jake's wife, Esmeralda. Now, it may well be established that she is in fact the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but let's just say that I can't say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't see me teaming up with a terrier in a hurry. And what might those be?
Привет, привет, Перс. Я нормально. У нас кавардак, как обычно. Война, обстрелы. Типичная ситуация, в общем, для нас.
Those who are raising the dead dwell among us. They simply must be. But even though I've spent many a night leaping from tree to rooftop, watching on as citizens stagger home from the inn, or simply, the enemy is wily. They know us better than we know them, and they've found ways to avoid both detection and distrust. Yet you have a flair for understatements, Hunter. I'm sure they are but a minor nuisance in the eyes of a born warrior. But to the Legion, until they conclude what mischief
Да, Перс, серьезно.
Or, less likely, they are conclusively defeated. We can but bar the gates and hole up like mice while the cats are on the prowl. Oh, a mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista. But certainly, what would you like to know? Oh, I am but a wizard, a guardian of man and beast. My task upon this earth is to protect. You see, my one desire is to witness. Oh, to my great regret, none of them purr as yet. Oh, but that's not a trick. Such mad to be out. But of course it's... Oh, that'll never happen. I'm my own wizard, you know. What do you think you're doing?
Спасибо, Перс.
Got my eyes on the prize.
Ты молодчик, мне нравится твой контент. Спасибо, Перс, на добром слове. Стараюсь.
That's enough of that now.
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this house. This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most...
Не того похилил, ладно.
Concerns myself with such things.
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Stop right there. Until you've risked not exactly the friendliest bloke, the captain, is he? Well, your reward for getting your ear chewed off is a waltz through...
Ну и где новая комната? А, это, видимо, нужно вернуться туда. В небо, так сказать.
It's official. The Duke of Ferrell is the worst poet in Rivellon.
In his defense, not much rhymes with murder.
Welcome back, Source Hunters. I've been eagerly expecting you. You found another starstone, haven't you? Go on, ask me how I... Aha! Mere child's play when you know what to look for. And luckily, it's happened again, my friend. Another port. It's all connected somehow. You don't imagine that I'd presume to explore it before you? No, I'm sure it's nothing. It's just that beyond the portal, I sense a presence that I can't quite account. But this is only speculation, of course. Come, come, let me show you the way. Once you're through, you'll be able to...
Ладно, думаю, хватит на сегодня. Продолжим уже, наверное, на следующей неделе. Ну, а завтра начну проходить Elden Ring. Самую ожидаемую игру для меня в этом году. Так что спасибо всем за просмотр. И особенно спасибо тем, кто поддержал. Артем, Тикурила, Джон Смокер. Давайте, ребят, спокойной ночи, до новых встреч.